Hello? Hello? I thought I would get a good response from us. Hello? On behalf of the Central Committee and the Ado Royal House, I wish to welcome you all to today's event, which is the Symposium on the review and exposition of the published works of our revered late King, Dr. Alfred SEMENITARI Abam-Ama the Ninth, the Amanyanabo of Okrika and clan head of Okrika clan. I welcome you all in Jesus' name. Without wasting much of your time, I would like to use this opportunity to call on to the high table the men that have been marked out to direct the affairs of today's event, while we still. The chairman of today's occasion is no other but the Professor Emeritus, Professor Alamo DMG Fubara. Please put your hands together for him. Put your hands together for him. Apart from being a professor, he is also a traditional ruler. Please, I wish that you keep clapping until he takes his seat. Please keep clapping, keep clapping. The next on the list is also a Professor Emeritus. I've heard of this name even when I was still a small boy. I used to hear this name on radio. It's a pleasure that I'm going to see him in person. It's no other person than Professor Emeritus, Professor E.J. Alagwa. I've heard his voice on radio too. Wow, it's a pleasure. You're welcome, sir. Please put your hands together. These are men who talk about their fields of endeavor without looking at a book. These are names that are respected in the literary world. The next on our list is the chairman of Okrika Local Government Council, Chief Akuro Tobin. Please put your hands together for him. Is he here? We also call on the chairman of the Central Burial Committee, Honorable Chief Ibibia Walter Pelebo. Please put your hands together for him. Ibibia Walter Pelebo. It's not here. I will also call on our father, a son of the soil, our very own, and his dear wife, Professor, Sir Professor, and Dame Professor Sutoye Amakri. Please put your hands together for them. Put your hands together for them, please. Keep clapping. We also have in our midst a literary giant and a traditional pillar in Okrika Kingdom. Yes, I've been privileged to see him once, and today I'm seeing him the second time. Let's welcome His Royal Highness, Professor. Sorry, so that I don't make mistake. You know, it's a traditional ruler in Okrika. Okay. Okay. I'm talking about His Royal Highness, Professor Akuro Adesin Atelibo Upambe the first, Amanyanabo of Tuboniju Kereke. Please put your hands together for him. Put your hands together. I have to be careful to make sure I do not make mistakes. Ladies and gentlemen, clapping. It would be nice if we keep clapping for these people. I will also call on the head of Ado Royal House. I'm talking about Chief Professor Ebanichuka, the head of Ado Royal Volcano House. Please put your hands together for him. Chief Professor Ebanichuka. Okay, in no particular order, we will also recognize the presence of some very distinguished personalities in our midst here. The first, I'm going to call on Professor Abam-Ama Derefaka. Please put your hands together for him. We have people in this country on the serious notes. All right, thank you. Okay, like I said earlier, we should recognize the presence of Professor Abam-Ama Derefaka. Please put your hands together once again for him. The next on our list is Professor Atei Mark Okorobia. Please put your hands together. Pardon me if your name is not well pronounced. The next on our list is Professor Ethelbert Emmanuel Kare. Put your hands together. Thank you very much. We are blessed with a number of professors in the house. We also have Dr. Otokpom Charles Asok. Please put your hands together for him. He's a prof. Please, I'm sorry. He's Professor Otokpom Charles Asok. Put your hands together for him. These men passed through a lot to get to where they are. As a student, I know a little about that. Okay. We also have Professor Priska Abie Gobo. Please put your hands together. Professor Priska Abie Gobo. Please put your hands together. She's a woman. You need to clap more. On a serious note, I wish I can be a professor, seriously. But I don't envy the rigors they pass through. Writing upon writing and publishing and all that. It's not easy. We also have Mr. Amanyanabo Samuel Igoniko. Put your hands together. God bless you. God bless you. We also have in the house Honorable Engineer Promise Abibo, one-time member House of Representatives. Please put your hands together for him. He's here. We also have in the house Professor Sokari Braid. I've heard of this name before too, when I was a child. Sokari Braid. Put your hands together for him. Thank you. Thank you, sir. We also have in the house Ama Opusenebo, Dr. Adagogo Brown. Dr. Adagogo, you're welcome, sir. We also have in the house the Premier Bishop of the Diocese of Okrika, a man which everybody knows as a very humble man. You know, in the Bible, though we are not talking about Bible now, God told Aaron and Miriam specifically that Moses was the most humble person. But in our diocese, we have somebody we could consider as the most humble, most approachable, most easygoing, forthright, truthful, straightforward, sincere man of God. Even though you know his name, I wish to introduce the presence of Right Reverend Tubokosime Abere JP. Please put your hands together for him. And we wish to invite him to the high table now. Usher, please do that. Ladies and gentlemen, keep clapping for our Bishop Emeritus. Yes, he deserves it. He taught me a lesson I didn't forget. He said, if God's work is done in God's way, it brings success. Does it make sense? That if God's work is done in God's way, it brings success. Please put your hands together for him once again. We have Engineer Wilberforce Derekoma in the house. Please put your hands together for him. Engineer, thank you. God bless you, sir. One of the pillars of the church. We also have a revered, one we respected and called a father in the faith. Venerable B.A. Oboforubo and his dear wife, Mama Oboforubo. Put your hands together for them. Thank you. Bless you. We also have the Council of Knights, Diocese of Okrika. Please put your hands together. Can you welcome? Yes, can you wave your hands? The Council of Knights, Diocese of Okrika, led by the president, Sir Honorable Victor Alamo. Please put your hands together for him. My immediate father in the Lord is also in the house with his amiable wife. I'm talking about Venerable and Mrs. David Inumaefikabo. Please, can you wave your hands to the house, please? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will make a few adjustments along the line as we go. We'll make a few adjustments and adjust some persons when the time comes. But for now, I will say that every other person is duly recognized. Your hands to for yourselves. Duly recognized. I know if we are playing masquerade here, we will have a larger crowd than this. But when it comes to ladies and gentlemen, we still have more literal professionals and personalities in the house. We are blessed with the presence of Professor Jones M. Jaja in the house. Please put your hands together. Professor Jones Jaja. We have the Chairman of Okrika Local Government Council, Honorable Akrotobi, in the house. Please put your hands together for him. Yeah, we also have a distinguished personality here. I have also heard of him, though not privileged to see him in person. So you're going to stand up when I call on you, so I will recognize you. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Professor Ibibia Paul Worika. Paul Worika. God bless you, sir. Thank you very much. They didn't see you. Could you stand again one more time? They didn't see you. Be on your feet, please. That's Paul Worika. Put your hands together for him. At this point, we call on our father, the Right Reverend C.B. Abede, the Premier Bishop, Diocese of Okrika, to say the opening prayer to kickstart the program. Sir.
Let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, Creator of all things, Giver of our lives, we continually thank you for life, for good health, and even the grace to commit ourselves to you, even as we remember your servant, His gracious Majesty, King Dr. Alfred, SEMENITARI Abam-Ado the 9th, whom you have used here on earth amongst men so to bring about your goodness and also peace among his people. Lord, we pray you, guide us through this symposium and enable us that we may imbibe those very qualities which has brought us to here to listen to the works of your servant. Guide us, strengthen us, and make us that we do only that which is right in your sight. through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you very much, sir. God bless you. Before the chairman's opening remarks, I would like to invite Professor Atei Mark Okorobia to the high table. Professor Atei Okorobia, please move to the high table. Put your hands together for him. I will also call on Professor Ethelbert Emmanuel Kare to move to the high table, please. Quickly. Okay, Professor Abi-Alabo Derefaka, please move to the high table now. Please. I am the master now, master of ceremony, so you obey as I command. Amen. Okay, fine. All the reviewers should please move to the high table. All the reviewers, kindly move to the high table. Put your hands together for them. All the reviewers, all the professors. Yes. Professor, His Royal Highness, Professor Walter Olo is in the house. Put your hands together for him. Professor Walter Olo. Yes, I know him. I think of Unipods. Please move to the high table, sir. Please, please. Okay. We recognized Apostle Israel Abam and his wife. Please put your hands together.
Your Royal Highnesses here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and all the servants of God here present, we welcome you to this special occasion in honor of our revered departed King Abam. Before I proceed, I would like us to sing a song to honor that departed giant. And the man on the organ, the song I want you to sing is the third verse of the song that says, Jesus, what did thou find in me that thou hast dealt so lovingly? How great the joy thou hast brought, so far exceeding hope or thought. Jesus, up, please. Thank you. Please be seated. Sorry, the old age is making me to forget certain things. I forgot that we've done the open prayer. Your Royal Highnesses and Your Royal Majesties, my review professor, by whom I was not in those days at government college allowed to sit by his side, but to thank God that the young shall grow, and my revered prefect, college prefect at government college Umaya is here with me. I thank you. I'm glad to see you. Today we're here to do honor to whom, give honor to whom honor is due. It is not easy for us traditional rulers to write. I know I wrote a lot of things, but from my angle as Africa's first professor of geodesy. But here, today, we are here to remember and honor our departed traditional ruler who, despite all his commitments, was able to write and publish 9 books. Clap for him. Well, I wrote many articles of all kinds, but I didn't write 9 books. So, as his fellow traditional ruler, Dapa Makri, the 17th of Opobo Kingdom, I say we give honor to him. And thank you all of you for being here, because you've come to give honor to whom honor belongs. We are late, so I do not intend to make unnecessary lengthy remark as the chairman of the occasion. But perhaps I might say I had a prefect in the discipline by which we were brought up. We were supposed to be here by 11 o'clock to start this program, and it's now quarter to keep to the 11 o'clock time. Fellow Nigerians, at my age, 85, if I don't tell you what is going wrong, which we should change, then the ancestors would castigate me by saying, when you were there, what did you do? Can we begin to honor time? Because there is no Nigerian clock there is only one universal clock. But having said that, I use this opportunity on behalf of the people who organize this to welcome those of you who have bothered to come to this meeting. And there is a lot to be spoken, so I will just shut up and allow the reviewers to do the beautiful work for which they were invited. And may God bless us all in Jesus' name.
Can we put our hands once together for the chairman? He's used to formulas, but he's made to speak this morning. I am very sorry I came in here slightly late because of
Sure. Hello? Hello?
Mr. Chairman, Your Royalties, we are very sorry. Technical hitch. Before I go on, I was apologizing for my coming in slightly late because of very urgent state matters. My name is Golden Tamuno. Permit me to recognize, to join the high table, the only peripelable in Nigeria, former governor of River State, Chief Rufus Ada George. Can I put our hands together for him, please? Please encourage, no, he's aging. Encourage him to keep moving. Put our hands together. Thank you. Whilst our father is resuming his seat, may I recognize, already seated, His Royal Highness, Isomia Micah Frank Bolo Luka the 8th, Amanyanabo of Bolo. Can I put our hands together for him, please? Kindly permit me to also invite to join them at the high table, Professor Braid. So carry Braid, please. Please create a space for Ada George in front, please, I beg you. He cannot be behind. Create a space for him in front. Professor Sokari Braid, please. If you're here, you join them at the high table. And also, Professor Ibibia Loki Okrika. Can I put our hands together for him as he comes forward? Join them at the high table, please. You cannot hide. We are celebrating this morning. He's a man of intellectual acumen. He's a man of various parts. If you ask me, he was comprehensive in his outlook to life. Whatever he's doing here is not a mistake at all in his honor. On that note, permit me to call to make his remarks the executive chairman, the performing chairman, the chairman of the people, the chairman who has turned things around in Okrika, Honorable Chief Akuro Tobin. Come together for him.
The chairman of this occasion, traditional rulers here present with us, the Amanyanabo of Bolu, Amanyanabo of Okrika. May I also acknowledge the presence of our father, the former governor of Rivers State, Chief First Ada George, people of Rivers State. I've met a lot of people here today. This occasion has made me see people I've not seen for some couple of years. Greeting them one after the other will take time. So permit me, chairman of this occasion, to stand on all existing protocols. We are here today in honor of our father, our king, our uncle, our brother, late King Dr. Alfred SEMENITARI Abam. Today is declared for a symposium on the review and exposition of the books published by King Dr. Alfred SEMENITARI Abam. He wrote a lot of books before he died. Books that concerns the culture, custom, and tradition of Okrika. Books that concerns peace. Books that concerns kingship position. Books that concerns community, church, and Okrika dictionary, and so on. My position today is to declare this symposium open. But before I do that, I thank God that there are men of timber and caliber in the industry of education here from Okrika. A lot. Names that are being introduced by the MC, I've heard some and I've not heard some, but they are all professors. My dear fathers here, since I assumed office in 2021 as Executive Chairman of Council, my major mission is to ensure there is total peace in Okrika local government. I have tried my best to execute some projects. And I'm successful in them. Why? Because there is peace for now. Without peace, I don't think there will be adequate development in Okrika local government. To build is very difficult, but to destroy is very easy. So what I'm saying in essence is this: a lot has happened in Okrika. A lot of destructions had happened in Okrika. Houses being raised down, a lot of youths died, and so on. Some persons till this day are still on exile. Fear of death. Now that we are gathered here today, I want to declare my position. Please, fathers here, mothers, ensure that we all are together. We all are together. Ensure there is total peace. But what is destroying Okrika, to the best of my knowledge, is the position of kingship and chieftaincy. We are young men coming up. We don't need to continue the position of problems here and there. There is peace in Okrika today by the special grace of God. But I want this peace to go deep down to all the areas it ought to go to. Amanyanabo position, chieftaincy position, and the rest of it. Please, my fathers, try the best you can. Call us, talk to us, so that we can also talk to those behind us that are coming up. The time is up for Okrika to go further. Now, our father is here, Chief First Ada George. When he became governor of Rivers State, Okrika, when talk about the chances of producing governor, wasn't there. Then Rivers State was part of Bayelsa. See how big as Rivers State was then. And Okrika's son was elected governor of Rivers State. But today, that Rivers State is smaller. It is so difficult. People are capitalizing on our disunity. Putting our heads together so that we can continue to fight. What we deserve to get, we will not get. As I'm standing here talking to you, Okrika's son is not a member of the Rivers State Executive Council. The present government is 6 months old. This is the 7th month. Capitalizing on our disunity. For God's sake, my fathers, chiefs here present, traditional rulers here present, great men of education industry, do the best. Do your best. Call us. This is not the time to say this. But I want to use this opportunity to appeal to every one of you, every one of us here, for total peace to reign in Okrika. I will hang up here. Mr. Chairman, members of I-Table, traditional rulers here, present chiefs, I stand to declare today's symposium open. Thank you and God bless you.
Young, vibrant, focused chairman. Thank you very much. Before we go on to the next item of the program, permit me to recognize one of the personalities for whom we are gathered here. He is my friend, one-time chairman of this local government, Chief, the Honorable Governor Stam George, head and chief of the Dokobe Volcano House. Can we put hands together for him, please? There's a slight adjustment in the program. Take the Google messages later. We'll go straight to number 6, which is background to the exposition of intellectual works by His Gracious Majesty, Dr. Alfred, SEMENITARI, Abam, the 9th, Amanyanabo of Okrika and clan head of Okrika, by Professor Kingdom Abam. Can we put our hands together for him, please?
Chairman, sir. Of course, there are many chairmen. Chairman of the occasion, chairman of the Okrika local government, very distinguished personalities. All other protocols duly observed. The late Amanyanabo was a giant. Been very proud of. This man, NPROC, as well as Group Managing Director of NMPC. He asked me if Chief Abam was my father. We began a conversation, and he told me how Chief Abam approached him to request for the dualization of the Eleme Refinery Road. He was startled and hesitated and wanted to know why an Okrika man would be interested in building a road in Eleme. To cut a long story short, the request was made and the road was built. I asked you now, from hindsight, who has been the greatest beneficiary of this road? Of course, it's the Okrika man. The then GM misunderstood the intent of the late Amanyanabo, just as many of you have done, even in recent times. This is why such a symposium is desirable, to bring clarity for better understanding of the thought processes of the late monarch as expressed in his books. The idea of a symposium in honor of the late monarch, Dr. Alfred SEMENITARI Abam, was first muted by Chief Ibibia Walter, a mentee of the late king, who also doubles as the chairman of a central burial committee. His intention must have been to spotlight the late monarch's philosophy of patriotism and service to his people, his love of knowledge and devotion to intellectual pursuits, his career of excellence in public service and politics, which many misunderstood. It is for this reason that this symposium, for the comprehensive description and explanation of the philosophy and ideas underlining the late monarch's written and published works, has become necessary. I recall when in 1984, my late uncle, Dr. Alfred S. Abam, Ado the Ninth, Amanyanabo of Okrika, and clan head of Okrika Kingdom, requested that I make a trip to the Public Records Office in Kew, in UK, to search for some 4 documents for his research. I searched through the databases of Kew, then in microfiches and magnetic tapes, and found that the records office had far more documents that were very significant to his immediate research needs than he had requested. We did not stop there. We visited the British Museum as well as the Science Museum Library to see if we could find artifacts identified with the broad area of the Oyo Rivers Protectorate, which is present-day Niger Delta. We also visited regional repositories of colonial records in the UK to obtain relevant documents to advance the late monarch's research. In Nigeria, he procured relevant documents from the National Archives in Enugu and Ibadan, where colonial records were kept. Records from Port Harcourt Provincial Office, Degema District Office were also used. At the end of the data acquisition process, rather than 4 documents, we ended up with more than 4 cartons of records. These sources and quality of data not only informed the works of Dr. Alfred Abam, but distinguished him as a leading conservator of colonial records in the region, and resulted in 9 highly impactful books whose originality and authenticity are beyond any doubt. Some of his published works include: 1. The Statutes of Port Harcourt, a reply, published 1994 with reprints in 2004, and a second reprint in 2019. 2. The Okrika Kingdom, an analysis of dynamics of historical events, published in 1999 with second edition in 2019. 3. Christian Endeavor in the Niger Delta, the Okrika Experience, 1878 to the present, that is 2005 at the time it was published. Kingship in Okrika since 17th century, published 2006. The Okrika Dictionary, 2007, with second edition published in 2017. Niger Delta Dictum, Animals in Okrika Dialect, published 2010. The Community Church, a Monumental Legacy, published 2011. The Customs and Traditions of the Okrika People, published 2012. King Ebanichuka Ado the Sixth, 1876 to 1896. The Last of Okrika's Sovereign Rulers, 2014. In addition to analyzing the book's strengths and weaknesses, as well as contributions, the reviewers have often recommended whether or not readers would value the work for its authenticity and overall quality. This measure of quality includes both the author's ideas and arguments and covers practical issues such as readability and language, organization, and layout. The reviewers have gone to great lengths to provide answers to many questions that might be anticipated from readers of the book, such as: why did the author write on this subject rather than on some other subject? From what point of view is the work written? Was the author trying to give information, to explain something technical, or to convince the reader of a belief's validity by dramatizing it in action? Who is the intended audience? How did the book affect you? Were there any prior assumptions you had about the subject that were changed, abandoned, or reinforced after reading the book? How is the book related to your own personal beliefs or assumptions? What personal experiences have you had related to the subject that affirm or challenge underlying assumptions? Has the purpose of the book been achieved? What contributions does the book make to the field? Is the treatment of a subject matter objective, or at least balanced in describing all sides of the debate? Are there facts and evidence that have been omitted? What kind of data, if any, are used to support the author's statement? Can the same data be interpreted to explain alternate outcomes? Does the book raise important or provocative issues or topics for discussion? Does the book bring attention to the need for further research? What has been left out? We thank the mixed team of reviewers for the painstaking task of reviewing the literary and intellectual works of Dr. Alfred S. Ado the Ninth. Use of mixed team of reviewers was intended to provide a multi-dimensional, multidisciplinary perspective of the late monarch's work, which are to a large extent very diverse. This approach has yielded much more than was expected and provided a thorough description, critical analysis, and evaluation of the quality and significance of Dr. Alfred Abam's works. The visible objectivity of the reviewers in their scrutiny of the books reflect their courage, boldness, and independence of mind. The fact that the review process has been comprehensive and holistic, in some instances covering the content, the structure, the purpose, the authority of the books, is an indication of the seriousness and thoroughness of the reviewers. I have speculated on Chief Ibibia Walter's reasons. I think that when he comes,
in our full job done to the topic in question. Now we go on to the presentation of the reviewers.
Reviewers happen to be my colleagues at the University of Port Harcourt. So we've been doing a part, but what he has added is very vital for somebody in the system of protecting our culture and our traditions and promoting the well-being of our communities. The book I'm supposed to review is this one. I asked them to bring it so that you can see that it's a voluminous work, something of substance. Not all books are books. This is something credible and valuable. It's titled King Ibarichuka, Ado the Sixth, 1816 to 1896, the last of Okrika's sovereign rulers, as the title of it. And this is my brief review of it. This is the most extensive account of the British takeover of the ancient kingdom of Okrika and the death of its last sovereign ruler. The British had already made up their mind to move out of the treaties of protection to conquest, and the king eventually gave his life to save the kingdom. As the author records, all the Okrika towns sent representatives. It was a national affair. His tomb is in the front of Ulobiri Ancestral Hall, now known as King Ibarichuka Mausoleum in Okrika. The Ibarichuka saga is the most mysterious death of the last sovereign rulers of our Niger Delta city-states. King Jaja of Obobo was taken away to the Caribbean to die on his way back home. King Koko of Nene took the war to the British and succeeded in evading capture to his last day. I think I've misplaced mine. But Banichuka became prisoner of the British in Degema. But he then escaped and virtually disappeared. The people, of course, later found the bodies, put it together, and it's now in the city of Okrika, in a resting place. But this account that we have is the most substantial and closest to the events that we have. But I assure you, the story is not fully told. And we historians have to put our heads together and continue the work of presenting our communities, our city-states, which stood between us and the invading British colonial system. And this particular case is about the most compelling story in all these stories. Thank you very much.
That was for the review. Clap for his age. Can we put our hands together for him, please? Men that are blessed in this form are not many. Check out his age. There are no glasses on him, and he has done what he wanted to do and do it very properly. Very cognitive. Yes. I've just been updated. He's been professor for about 43 years now. I'll put our hands together for him, please. About the same time with the chairman of the occasion. We will take the next review. The customs and tradition of Okrika people that will be done by Professor Abam-Ama Darefaka. Can we put our hands together for the professor? We were suggesting before that if it pleases you, you use the restroom. Thank you, sir. Please, let's put our hands together.
I don't know, maybe I look very much like a teacher. And I need a lectern to present my short review of the book. Before I do that, I would like to thank the organizers, especially Professor Kingdom Abam, for bringing this project to us in Uniport. almost all of us are from the history department. And I said almost, advisedly. We tried to give the books to experts. The linguistics I did was very rudimentary. So we had to call on Professor Etelbert Kari to do the dictionaries written by late Dr. Abam. I also want to observe that two of those who were doctors when we started the project are now professors. Professor Charles Asuk and Professor Gobo. Professor Gobo is the first female professor in our department. And she is from Abuloma. Now, I visited the late king in his house several times, sometimes alone, sometimes with visiting academics, and sometimes with my students who I referred to him on things concerning Okrika, all the 9 major towns of Okrika. And he was very glad to receive us at every meeting. The book I'm to review is the customs and tradition of the Okrika people. When I got the book, the first thing I did was to go to the references. And I found that the king had consulted the earlier work by Chief Opoguloya on the cultural heritage of the Okrika people. His own book begins with patriarchal rule, in which he also discusses Sekeni administration, and ends with monarchical rule in that chronological order. If the reader thinks that this book is ethnographic, he will be right. However, there is a heavy dose of history in this work. That is not surprising, given that the author earned a PhD, and I say earned advisedly because he was not awarded a PhD. He actually studied and got a PhD. From the University of Lagos, he got his PhD. I had my first degree in the same department at the same university. So I know the rigor he must have been put through. When Kingdom mentioned looking for archival materials, of course, the expert on that in Uniport and in Nigeria is Emeritus Professor E.J. Alagwa. We are all indebted to Professor Alagwa for ensuring that we all got tutelage in that aspect of history. I say the author used an emic perspective which he brought to bear on his narration and discussion of Okrika customs and tradition. And this has enhanced the authenticity of the reconstruction and documentation, as well as comments on the said customs and tradition. The Sekeni, with their Kiriowu, the war canoe house system, the chieftaincy institution, and the responsibilities of the Amanyanabo are clearly in the area of Amanyanabo, preferred by the River State government. It's quite instructive. When you look at the billboard outside or inside, you will see that he was king of Okrika and was also the leader of Krikese. But he made that distinction so that people will know what the traditional appellation of my own king in Ogu was and should be. Whether it's Bolo or Ogu or any of the other 9 major kingdoms. They should be called Amanyanabo, not Amadabo. Area and the various types of marriage. Area is a very important ceremony which marks the transition from girlhood to adulthood, in which a lot of things are taught. How to take care of a man, how to take care of babies, and how to take care of the home. He also discusses various types of marriage, including Egwa and Ya. All these belong to the area of ethnography. So he was dealing with our cultural history with a heavy dose of history in it. His discussion on religious beliefs and worldview of the Okrika in this book is also part of the ethnography of Okrika. Nonetheless, whether it is political history or ethnography, the author has presented a diachronic and not a synchronic account. He also acknowledges that the accounts he presented are not comprehensive and the discussions are not exhaustive, so there is much room for further research. Dr. Alfred Abam has been an Okrika king, so he can be considered an embodiment of Okrika customs and tradition. But he was first a prolific writer and a well-trained historian. He has carefully documented various aspects of Okrika customs and tradition for us and for posterity. I'm glad that young people are here. He has done this for us because the world is changing rapidly, and unless you have roots, you cannot survive. It is indeed an invaluable contribution to knowledge. Thank you very much.
Before I go on to the next reviewer, permit to recognize in our midst is a judge of the High Court of River State and is the Chancellor of the Okrika Diocese, Honorable Mr. Justice Sika Henry Aproko. Can we put hands together for him, please? Seated next to him, a very senior learned man, a man who has a love for the Okrika people and Okrika as a nation, Barrister Boma Obo. Can we dance together for him, please? I have been made to understand we have some groups who can give us some interlude here. May I have the opportunity of calling on the St. Luke's, am I right? May I invite the Abam-Ama choir to please come forward and perform. The Abam-Ama choir, please. While we set our minds for the next review, which is going to be the Kingdom, Okrika Kingdom, an analysis of the dynamics of historical events.
Just one. You know, there's one at the top.
loving shepherd of thy sheep. Keep the lamb in safety, keep. None can pluck me from thy hands. Can we put our hands together for the choir, please? Beautiful hymns. It inspires us to move forward. Permit me, please, at this juncture, to recognize and invite to sit at the front row Mr. and Mrs. Benable. Come on, for them, please. Yes, Mr. Chairman, we are going to take the next review. The Okrika Kingdom, an analysis of the dynamics of historical events by Professor Atei Mark Okorobia. Can we put our hands together, Professor, please?
The chairman of this occasion, I want to appeal that we stand on the existing protocol already established. My humble role is to present these two books. The first is The Kingdom, the Okrika Kingdom, an analysis of the dynamics of historical events. And I have with me the second edition, written by His Royal Majesty. And then the second will be The Community Church, a Monumental Legacy, by His Majesty also. But then to situate this review in the context of Niger Delta historiography, I have decided to provide. In the background, I've said that there is no gainsaying the fact that the Okrika, also referred to variously as the Okrika, Krikebese, Krikese, and in my part of the Niger Delta, I'm from Nimbe, we call you Okrika. But then there was one source I found that they called the Okrika people the Creek people. Creek. It's a foreign document, so you should forgive them for calling you the Creek people. But then we know you as a subgroup of the Eja ethnic nationality. And I want to say you are highly favored. Because as a scholar in Niger Delta studies, we always come across communities that are poorly covered in this existing historiography. You are not one of them. You are among the favored few. The others that are favored are the Bani people who occupy Boni and Opobonkoro local government, the Kalabari people, and then if you go to Bayelsa, you have the Nembe people. Outside of these groups, the rest are underrepresented in the existing works of history. So Krikas are highly favored, because virtually every aspect of your history, from prehistoric times to the present, are written and documented properly over and over. I've been privileged to teach Niger Delta history, perhaps the first human being to do so in the classroom. Because before 1994, there was no course on Niger Delta history. We normally treat it as part of Nigerian history or part of African, but now we have full-blown courses on Niger Delta history. So you are favored. I said, of course, while a greater majority of the Okrika historiographers are amateurs and community patriots, and may therefore be dismissed as drum and trumpet historians. That is, persons who are motivated by their love for their community to sing the praises of their local and national heroes and heroines. The fact remains that the Okrika nation has been blessed, and they have been very productive, well-schooled and professional historians. We know of Professor Takena Tamuno, who happened to be a contemporary political historian, and one of our fathers here, Professor Abam-Ama Derefaka. They are the most celebrated among Okrika historians, but they are not the only ones. When I was doing my PhD under our great-grandfather, we call him a living ancestor, the emeritus professor, I came across a book that I expected to see here. His Majesty wrote on the Niger Delta for his PhD on the Eastern Niger Delta. Very authoritative. I never met him physically, but the first respect I had for him was what I learned from that book. Not a book really. His PhD work. His PhD work. Very sophisticated, and I took so much from it. And till tomorrow, I'll continue to be grateful to him because he made my work easier. And I wish that the Krekese will make effort to publish that book too, because that book takes care of all these ones put together. It's a very sophisticated book. However, as I said earlier, for the purpose we are gathered here today, I want to focus on just these two books that I've shown you earlier. First, we'll begin with the Okrika Kingdom, the green one. The Okrika Kingdom, an analysis of the dynamics of historical events, second edition. For the sake of time, I'm going to leave the preliminaries, where we talk about the publishers and all those other preliminary details, and go straight to the summary and my comments. And here I've said that relying on a multidisciplinary methodology, this book highlights and analyzes some of the most significant events in Okrika history, from the Okopiri era in prehistoric times to the period of the restoration of Amanyanabo rule. The work dealt with special subjects and themes in addition to the community's history, which he appropriately periodized into 6 eras, focusing attention on the intracommunal issues, relationship with neighboring states and communities in the Niger Delta, and particularly from the 19th century, the Okrika encounters with the British imperialists. In terms of style and methodology, although King Abam had followed the emic approach, by which we mean the insider approach to writing history, there are differences between works produced by an insider of a community and then an outsider. So he wrote as an insider, but one weakness you find with insiders' approach is that bias, that patriotic sentiment. You cannot find it in his works. You can't find it in this work. You can't tell that he was an insider. He wasn't biased. He was very scientific. Very scientific. He chose a title aimed at captivating the reader and focus on issues that were of core interest to the Okrika in particular and the Niger Delta scholars generally. Again, while doing this, he had also communicated his facts and figures in a language that is not just lucid and explicit, but equally embellished with indigenous wit and gusto. On the whole, he was able to make the reader of this book, this very authoritative book, to feel as if he is a participant in the narrative. it pulls you into the content of the book because it portrays the depth of the information in very graphic terms that makes you to feel that you are a participant in what he recorded. Clearly, this book will serve as a reference point to future research of Okrika and Niger Delta history, social anthropology, and traditional religion, among others. I move over to the second book. This one is titled The Community History, a Monumental Legacy. Again, to save time, I'll leave out the preliminary issues and go straight to the summary and my comments. This book does not present itself in the form of real or traditional historical works. Rather, it is documented to serve about two purposes. First, as a work of Christian historiography and Christian philosophy of history. And second, as a book of church history, focusing on St. Luke's Anglican Church, Abam-Ama II, in the Okrika Diocese of the Niger Delta, Nigeria. In this work, His Majesty traced the history of Christianity generally and that of St. Luke's Anglican Church, Abam-Ama II in particular, emphasizing the challenges and triumphs encountered by the patriarchs and saints, both universally and locally. In terms of the local contents, Dr. Abam noted that, like the development of a typical church by a community in the Third World, the St. Luke's Abam-Ama II experienced much, to quote him, uneasy growth in view of the inclement economic and environmental factors that surrounded her evolution. In spite of these challenges, however, Dr. Abam concluded that though slowly, this church shines out as a vivid testimony that God's word always stands the test of time. Continuing, he posited that from his very humble beginning, St. Luke's Abam-Ama II grew like the biblical mustard seeds into a church, into a great church and a great light, shining to the glory of God. In arriving at this inspiring conclusion, Dr. Abam did not forget to chronicle the acts of some great men, women, and young people who, like the apostles of old, labored sacrificially to make this church a success. In fact, he devoted several paragraphs in some of the chapters of the book, particularly in chapters 2 and 3, to chronicle the wonderful acts of these early apostles of Abam-Ama II, including himself, because he was one of the great contributors of this story. Broadly speaking, the book is in two parts. Part 1 is the main text and consists of 8 chapters, while part 2 contains some props for Christian living and consists of 10 sections. Among these are the catechetical materials and sacred songs aimed at tempering the worshipper's soul and giving them serenity of mind. There are also prayers in this book. Prayers in this book reflecting the deepest expression of faith and intimacy with God, while the biblical quotations were expected to give the reader guidance and wisdom for life, expel doubts of fear, and encourage greater faith in God. Meaning that if you pick this book, there are hymns inside it, there are prayers inside. It's a multidisciplinary work covering many fields of interest to members of the church and the community. Great as it is, there is an aspect of this book I am not impressed with. And this has to do with the vagueness of this title. Look at the title, say, A Community History. a monumental legacy. Honestly, if my student gave me this, I would query it. Why? You have to tell us which community are you referring to. It has to be there on the cover. And what period are you covering? It also has to be there so that we can judge your work in the context of that time. So for you to say writing a community, history of community church, a monumental legacy, is it in Rome or in Okrika? So I'm displeased with that. I'm displeased with that. Again, I propose a better title for the book. And this is that it should be retitled, if the opportunity comes, A History of the St. Luke's Anglican Church, Abam-Ama 2, Okrika, Niger Delta, 1910 to 2011. Because that's the period, if you read the book, that's the period covered. This notwithstanding, this book remains a worthy addition to the corpus of religious literature on the Niger Delta and Nigeria. It fills a major lacuna that had existed on the role of the Okrika in the spread of Christianity in Nigeria. Again, the book gives inspiration to both Christians and non-Christians alike to overcome unbelief and develop deeper faith in God through Jesus Christ, who is the head of the church. Thank you for listening, and God bless you.
Thank you. Professor has done justice to 2 of the books. Can we put our hands together for him? Whilst he was speaking, a one-time chairman of the Okrika local government, former commissioner, currently the managing director of the Port Harcourt Water Corporation, coordinating the projects of the water sector sanitation with a facility from the African Development Bank, and the chairman of the Central Planning Committee, Chief Sir Ibibia Opone Walter Pelebo, is here with us. Can we put our hands together for him, please? The Okrika Grammar School choir, you have your slot now, quickly. we put our hands together for them? Thank you so much. Thank you. The Okrika Grammar School is a representation of what life is now. Transformation from a boys' school to a men's school. Put your hands together for them. All the characteristics of music were displayed here. They took it slowly, andante, poco. They went to the mid-dip, and they went to the crescendo. Put your hands together for them. If you understand music, you know what I'm talking about. Now, Sotoye, don't go far, please. Come forward. The next part of the review, while he comes, I'm going to call on, because it's going to be handled by Sotoye Bamson, but I'll quickly call on to save time. Okrika Dictionary. That is going to be done by Professor Etelbert Emmanuel Kari. How put our hands together for the professor, please? Please clap. Oh. When we have a young professor, clap.
Thank you very much. I just want to say, there are two copies, the first edition and second edition. Yeah, Chairman of the occasion, distinguished members of the high table, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. My duty here is to talk about the Okrika Dictionary. I want to sincerely, before I do that, I want to sincerely thank our Emeritus Professor E.A.E.J. Alagwa for giving me the privilege to review this very important work. There are two voluminous editions of this dictionary. I'm holding one here, which is the second edition. We can see how voluminous it is. We also have the first edition. The first edition is not here with me, published in 2007. Before I go on to present my review, I want to make a few remarks. The first being that this review is not a political review. It is not. It is not one written to massage the ego of the author or relatives of the author, but a purely academic and objective review. Two, this review is written as though the author is alive and has the opportunity to revise the second edition or subsequent editions of the dictionary. However, the fact that the author of the dictionary is not alive to do the review of this edition and subsequent editions of the dictionary, anyone interested in revising the Okrika Dictionary under review should please take note of the shortcomings and recommendations presented in this review to improve subsequent editions of the dictionary. When you mention that you are a linguist, you have done a review of the Okrika Dictionary, the first question will be, do you speak Okrika? I don't speak Okrika, and I don't understand Okrika. Kindly bear with me if I don't pronounce the Okrika words in this review correctly. In the absence of tone marking,
it is difficult for anyone, except perhaps a native speaker of Okrika, or those who have knowledge of the language, to pronounce such words correctly. Mine is a review of Okrika Dictionary written by Dr. Alfred S. Abam-Ama the Ninth. As I mentioned, this dictionary consists or exists in 2 editions. The first edition published in 2007 and the second edition published in 2017. For those who may not know, Okrika, also known as Kirike, is an East Ijaw language that is put under Ijoid within the Niger-Congo language family. It has its neighbors, other East Ijaw languages such as Bile, Ibani, Kalabari, and Nkoro. Okrika has been an age-long language. Incidentally, it is an understudied language. I want to note that there have been published and unpublished works in Okrika and on Okrika before the emergence of Abam's Okrika Dictionary. Some of these earlier works include Okrika Primer, written by William Peters in 1932. You have Taken an Imena, Prayer and Songs, written by the same William Peters. Thank you. By the same William Peters in 1934. There are other materials written before the emergence of this dictionary. We also have, interestingly, Kirikeni Kienkwolodiri Okrika Dictionary by Levi Sika. Now, whereas Peters, the works of William Peters and Sika are hard copy publications, whereas the hard copy publications, well, Sika's Okrika Dictionary exists mainly as a draft electronic copy edited by Roger Blanche and published on the internet in 2005. We are here concerned with Okrika Dictionary by Dr. S. Abam, but it will also be interesting for those who care to look at the dictionary written by Levi Sika. I'm sure it's going to profit the Okrika community. The review is organized in 5 sections. The introduction, which provides some information about linguistic affiliation of the Okrika language, as well as looking at some of the works that exist in the language. In section 2, we present a summary of the dictionary. And then we give an evaluation of the dictionary in section 3. And then we provide some recommendations that will help to improve this dictionary in section 4. In section 4, and then we conclude the review in section 5. Please be patient with me, Seb. A little bit detailed review looking at 2 editions of this very important dictionary. Now we look at the synopsis of the dictionary, which we already noted are 2 editions, the first edition and the second edition. Now the first edition of this dictionary contains a total of 384 pages. 384 pages. Now, you look at the second edition. The second edition consists of a total of 637 pages, including 7 preliminary pages. Now, it is observed that many words and their meanings have been included in the second edition of the dictionary. So if you want to check, you can look at look at letter H, for instance, in the first edition, and look at letter H in the second edition. You will see how some additional words have been put there. Now, the preliminary edition of the preliminary pages of the first edition of the dictionary contains, among other things, the alphabet of Okrika, which the author presents on page Roman figure 6 up to 8. Now, unlike the first edition, the Okrika alphabet is omitted from the preliminary pages of the second edition of the dictionary without any explanation by the author. The main alphabetical section of the first edition of the dictionary consists of nearly 2,500 words, as against nearly 5,400 words in the second edition. In both editions of the dictionary, Okrika words in the main alphabetical section of the dictionary have to the right the corresponding English glosses or translation. In the first edition of the dictionary, the section entitled Some Phrases, Fables, Idioms, and Wise Sayings consists of 350 phrases, fables, idioms, and wise sayings, while the section Some Okrika Names and Their Import consists of 2,299 names. Now, the reference section of the dictionary, of the first edition of the dictionary, consists of 23 subsections labeled A to W. I won't go through all of them. The first, section A deals with days of the week. Okrika. Section B, months of the year. And we have countries of Oceania. We have local government areas in River State and their headquarters, the continents and their sizes, the solar system. Now, in the second edition of the dictionary, information about the solar system is updated with graphic illustrations. Now, although the pieces of information contained in the reference section of the first edition of the dictionary are retained in the second edition, the reference section of the second edition contains additional 7 subheadings. And these subheadings are Arab countries, consuls, high commission, governors, heads of state, and presidents in Nigeria. And then we have a section dealing with the kings we have a section dealing with the rulers and kings of Okrika. Then we have the kings and queens of England, and so on. Now, other pieces of words that appear in the first edition of the dictionary. Again, some shades of meaning associated with some words in the first edition have been removed from some of the words in some cases. Now, unlike the first edition of the dictionary, the second contains 8 blank pages in the section entitled Some Phrases, Fables, and Idioms, and Wise Sayings. These blank pages are located on pages 426 to 427 up to 438 and 439. Now we move on to the section that deals section 3, which is the evaluation of the dictionary. Abam's Okrika dictionary is the result of many years of painstaking and diligent work towards the documentation and preservation of an important heritage of the Okrika people, the Okrika language, which serves as a vehicle for expressing the cultural heritage and worldview of the Okrika people. It will interest you to know that up to date, it is the only hard copy dictionary publication that is available to native and non-native speakers of the Okrika. There are many good sides of the dictionary, the first and most important of which are the documentation and preservation of the linguistic and cultural heritage of the Okrika people. By the publication of Abam's Okrika dictionary, native and non-native speakers of Okrika and researchers who are interested in the Okrika language now have access to a document they can easily consult in matters pertaining to Okrika words and their meanings. In addition to the documentation of the word stock of the Okrika language, the dictionary is also important to the extent that it documents some of the fables, idioms, and wise sayings in the language, which could easily be lost due to the cosmopolitan nature of the societies in which the Okrika people live, and the people of diverse linguistic groups with which the Okrika people frequently interact. These fables, idioms, and wise sayings, no doubt, carry in themselves a lot of information that tells the reader about the worldview of the Okrika people. The counting system of Okrika is useful to the extent that it does not only serve as an important part of the language that could easily be lost, but also helps to sharpen numeracy skills of native and non-native speakers of the Okrika language. Finally, the reference section contains two subsections that provide useful information about days of the week and months of the year in Okrika. In an era when people hardly use indigenous language names to refer to days of the week and months of the year, these two subsections of the dictionary serve as useful and timely reminders that the Okrika people need to use their language to express the days of the week and months of the year and other aspects of life that are modern. In addition, subsection 27 of the reference section of the second edition presents the alphabet of no equivalent, where there is no corresponding, where there is no one-to-one matching between letters of the alphabet of both languages. Although there are published and unpublished works in and on Okrika language, including primers, which are based on some orthography of Okrika, there is no mention by the author of any existing work in or on the language, published or unpublished, that the dictionary benefited or could have benefited from. The author does also not mention any source from which data were collected, despite the rich corpus provided by such works as William Peters' primer and Teken Animena. And despite the fact that these works have been in existence long before the publication of Abam's dictionary, this practice does not give due recognition or credit to those who have worked on the language before. Apart from the alphabets of Okrika and English, which the author lists on page Roman figure 6 and 8 of the dictionary, there is no pronunciation guide. Neither are there notes on the orthography, notes on the grammar of the language, nor notes on how to use the first edition of the dictionary. Now, the alphabet of Okrika listed on page Roman figure 6 to 8 of the dictionary has 36 letters consisting of 9 vowels and 27 consonants, respectively. Except letter I, all the letters of the Okrika alphabet that the author lists on the pages mentioned of the first edition of the dictionary are uppercase letters. The author did not give any reason for not listing the lowercase counterparts of the uppercase letters. Although a reader who is familiar with the phonologies and orthographies of Nigerian languages could assume that Okrika is a language where vowels are divided into two harmonic sets, wide and narrow. Whereby some vowels belong to the wide set and some belong to the narrow set. And the vowel A goes with either the wide or the narrow set, given that as a principle in the orthographies of neighboring languages such as Kalabari and Degema, wide vowels are dotted in orthography while narrow vowels are subdotted. It is difficult to tell the difference between the letter I, the small letter, and the capital letter, which the author lists on page 6 of the first edition of the dictionary, except perhaps to guess that the letter I probably belongs to the wide set, while the small letter I probably belongs to the narrow set. Now, for a reader who is not familiar with the phonologies or orthographies of Nigerian languages, it may be difficult to figure out what the distinction is between these vowel letters, since the author provides no discussion of vowel harmony, a discussion of distinction between these vowels, or even a phonetic guide to aid the reader. The author's listing of the vowels, I in the alphabet of Okrika without distinguishing them with the appropriate diacritic may be confusing even to a literate native speaker of Okrika. Without any explanation by the author, the digraphs, that is two letters representing one sound, GW, CH, GB, KP, KW, NY, NW, and NY contained on page 8 do not feature in the main alphabetical section of the first and second editions of Abam's dictionary, despite the fact that the author lists 36 letters of the alphabet of Okrika on page 6 to page 8 of the first edition of the dictionary. Only 22 letters which have words listed under them in the main alphabetical section of the dictionary. Now, the letters under which words are listed in dictionary are A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and so on. Even though the author claims on page 6 of the first edition of the dictionary that there is no letter C in the Okrika alphabet, on page 45, he introduces a letter C and lists such words as che and chi under it. The author's addition of letter C instead of a digraph CH makes the total number of letters of the Okrika dictionary under review, 23. There is more to say, but let me quickly go on to the recommendations. Now, in spite of in subsequent editions of Abam's Okrika dictionary, it is highly recommended that the problem of arrangement of the letters of the alphabet be addressed holistically to make the dictionary easy to use by the reader. In line with the principle of harmonization, the author is encouraged to look at dictionaries of other Nigerian languages, including Kalabari and Degema, to see how the authors handled the issue of alphabetical arrangement in the dictionaries of these languages. In addition, it is recommended that in subsequent editions of the Okrika dictionary, non-subdotted letters and their subdotted counterparts should be treated as separate letters in line with the principle of accuracy. It is recommended that in subsequent edition of the dictionary, letter Q, which is introduced in the second edition of the dictionary, be eliminated from the Okrika alphabet and replaced with a well-known or familiar digraph, KW. Subsequently, the words listed under letter Q should be rewritten to reflect the digraph KW. There is also a problem with word division. Word division is not handled at all. And then, of course, tone marking is totally absent from the dictionary. Now, we also have words that appear in some part of the dictionary, but those words do not appear in the main alphabetical section of the dictionary. That also needs to be addressed. Now, very fundamental, in the section that has to do with references, even though no reference material was mentioned, that section should be removed from the dictionary, except the part that has to do with days of the week, months of the year, and Okrika kings, the history of Okrika kings. The other section should be removed since they have no bearing on the Okrika language, so that the dictionary will truly be an Okrika dictionary. Although the author talks about taking care of typographical errors, we still find some typographical errors in different sections of the dictionary. Now let me move on to the conclusion. Despite the shortcomings of Abam's Okrika dictionary, and given that there are very few indigenous languages of Nigeria that have public dictionaries, the noble and painstaking effort of the author must be greatly commended. The dictionary is a valuable complement to the existing published and unpublished works in and on the Okrika language, and serves as an invaluable contribution to the development and preservation of the Okrika language. By and large, the author has achieved his purpose as contained in the preface to the first edition by the publication of the Okrika dictionary, which is now within the immediate reach of the speakers of the language. The dictionary is an enduring legacy that the author leaves for the Okrika-speaking community in particular and the world in general. It is hoped that subsequent editions of the Okrika Dictionary will benefit from this objective review. Thank you.
Can we once again put our hands together? We want to kindly plead with the reviewers that in as much as they are scholars, the review should be as brief as possible. Lucid and synoptic, please, so that we can leave this place as quickly as possible. On that note, may I invite my brother, Sotoye Bamson, to take the next.
Let's put our hands together for Professor Otokpom Charles Asok as he takes a review of Christian endeavor in the Niger Delta, the Okrika experience, 78 to the present. Please put your hands together for him.
Mr. Chairman, Your Royal Majesties, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my pleasure to stand before you today to do a review of the work of our late Amanyanabo. The work I am reviewing is titled Christian Endeavor in the Niger Delta, the Okrika Experience, 1878 to the present. This book was published in the year 2005. The work is a historical account of the advent and progress of Christianity in Okrika Kingdom from the last quarter of the 19th century to the first decade of the 21st century. Now, what did the author do? He looked at Okrika from its establishment or its settlement in the Niger Delta in the 10th century through to the 19th century. He did a synthesis and a synopsis of the culture and traditional practices of the Okrika people before the advent of Christianity. Now, the 19th century, by 1878, Okrika was already deep-necked in traditional and cultural practices that had given Okrika the progress that we are in tune with the time. The author showed that the seed for the propagation of the Christian religion in Okrika Kingdom was planted following the dramatic conversion of Chief Atorudibo, the powerful chief priest of Odobiri deity, the Okrika god of wealth and welfare in 1878. Two questions. First, with the conversion of Chief Atorudibo, the chief priest of the Odobiri deity, the Okrika god of wealth and welfare, what happened to the worship of that God? What happened to the reverence of the God of wealth and welfare in Okrika? What happened to the adherents of that deity? The second question is, Okrika was an ally of Boni by this period. And Christianity had already been planted in Bonny by 1864. Why did it take Okrika about 14 years to get Christianity planted in her territory? And then something tells us that by 1864, there were seeming causes of certain social and political crisis in Bonny, which became settled about 1873 and 1875. So that would have affected the progress or the movement of Christianity from Bonny to Okrika. The advent of Christianity and its gradual spread to the nooks and crannies of Okrika kingdom, according to the author, had very tremendous transformational impact on the evolution and development of contemporary Okrika society. Of course, we are very much aware of the social impact of Christianity. Today, most of us would not have been educated in the Western form, but for Christianity. Because Christianity gave birth to Western education in this part of the world. The historian king, Dr. Abam-Ama IX, in this interesting narrative, demonstrated how the age-long internal crisis in the kingdom tested the quality of the success of the Christian endeavor in Okrika. Of course, you know, Christianity came as a revolutionary force. And when there is an attempt to change the old order, there must be some kind of resistance. And in attempt to plant itself, Christianity will have to ensure that the old order is diminished. It may not be eliminated, but it must be reduced in its force. And so, there has been internal crisis in Okrika, but Christianity came and tried as much as possible to resolve that internal crisis. Of course, it resisted. The internal crisis resisted the attempt by Christianity to resolve it. And those who were new converts to the faith were beginning to wonder and to ponder over the success of the planting of Christianity in Okrika. But the author was able to demonstrate that Christianity succeeded in ensuring that the crisis in Okrika was resolved. And he made mention of the fact that his coronation, the apex of his coronation, was the crowning of the monarch by our Bishop Abere. Thank you so much, sir. And with that, a new phase, a new symbol was planted. And what was that? It means that from that point, the coronation of the new Amanyanabos after this will be done by the bishop or the clergy. And that takes us to the point that there is some kind of syncretism, a marriage between tradition and Christianity for the betterment of Okrika society. The author, however, concluded his treatise by recounting the role of the church in close partnership with secular authorities in the process of saving Okrika from total destruction by internal crisis. Through Okay, though a brilliant documentation of the history of Christianity in Okrika, there is need for further research to fill existing gaps in the narrative. What are such gaps? One, the author did not tell us the impact on certain cultures, certain traditions, and certain customs of the Okrika people. What were the impact of the introduction of Christianity on such customs and traditions? Those are some of the topics that the new or those who will take the research from this point should cover. Two, from 1878 till today, Christianity has overwhelmed the Okrika kingdom. And Okrika has successfully produced some of the greatest Christian factors in Nigeria and the international system. And so, unfortunately, the author did not tell us how this new brand of Christianity, particularly the Pentecostal brand, emerged from the Orthodox Christianity that was introduced in 1878. Finally, my comments. Two conclusions are derived from this review. One, the author was able to tell us when and how Christianity came to Okrika. Two, the author was able to tell us the role of Christianity in the resolution of the internal social and political crisis in Okrika Kingdom. Thank you very much.
A round of applause to him once again. You know, you can never satisfy professors. For those of you who went to school, they will always create a gap in their work. They will create shortcoming. So please put your hands together for them once again. We'll now call on the only woman among the gladiators. And should I say fortunately that she's an Okrika woman? Please put your hands together for Professor Priska Abiegobo to come forward and do a review of kingship in Okrika since the 17th century, the tradition of succession and its implication for peace. Please put your hands together for her. Are you not proud that she's a woman, and not just a woman, that a person, your own, your very own?
Thank you very much. May I stand on existing protocol, please? I'm reviewing the book titled Kingship in Okrika Since the 17th Century, the Tradition of Succession and Its Implication for Peace, written by Dr. Abam. Yeah. The book is published in commemoration of the 4th centenary of the establishment of the Ado dynastic rule in Okrika at about 1605 by Alfred Abam, containing 220 pages. It provides an impressive, comprehensive, and thought-provoking analysis of the dynamics of the War-Canoe House and the tradition of succession in Okrika. The importance of the cultural connections in pre-colonial Okrika was also stressed in the book. It sets out an enormously ambitious agenda of examining the succession dynamics in Okrika, and did it convincingly. The book obviously makes an important contribution to understanding the historical context of kingship, politics, and the culture of Okrika, with its many complexities and endless twists and turns over the years. The author legitimately argues the fact that the Amanyanabo was both the head of state and head of government of Okrika in pre-colonial times, but had no absolute power. He ruled alongside other traditional rulers and a council of chiefs. The book cover has a crown as its illustrative lithograph, which is a symbol of loyalty and unity of the people of Okrika. This book is divided into two parts. Part 1 contains the history of the people from pre-colonial times to the present Amanyanabo crisis, which has deprived Okrika of peace for decades. We must add that the author used a unique style of arranging the part 1 in numbered paragraphs, I guess for easy reference. It also contains some photographs and a genealogical table to buttress the historical facts of the past, whereas part 2 contains some important historical documents, 16 documents to be precise, which could be source materials for further research on the Niger Delta, including index and bibliography. The author painstakingly interrogated and gave an elaborate explanation of the principle of rotational succession to the Amanyanabo stool among the families of the Ado house. This includes not only the Ado family historical background, but also the trend and character of the Ado dynastic continuity from the 17th century AD to the present. I would like to skip some aspects of the review because of time. It's getting stuck. The book chronicled how the aforementioned circumstances led to other events which brought King Ibanichuka to the throne as Ado of Okrika, and how he was deported in 1896 by the British consular authorities, where he died in exile. The author demonstrated that the deportation of King Ibanichuka created a period of interregnum which threw Okrika in confusion and generated a crisis which have continued to destabilize Okrika to its very foundation in different shapes and forms till this day, creating two factions, Tuboniju and Koniju, and affecting the peace and progress of the Okrika people in more ways than one. He gave a very robust and rigorous analysis of the Koniju and Tuboniju crisis. As a result, the colonial officials established a council of warrant chiefs to rule Okrika in a very charged atmosphere, and also chose Chief Daniel Ojukaliu to be the paramount chief. And this marks the beginning of regency in Okrika history, according to Abam, the author. The book informed and argued clearly how Chief Daniel Ojukaliu collaborated with the British government so effectively that he was again rewarded with another appointment as British political agent for Port Harcourt after his establishment in 1913. And when he died in 1928, Chief Samson Igobo Adoki replaced him as leader of the Okrika clan. The author also explained how Zedekiah Fibika was symbolically dressed as Amanyanabo at the official opening of the new St. Peter's Church Okrika in 1929, which was fully financed by Okrika and dedicated by Bishop Howells. And in 1959, Zedekiah Fibika went on to become the king officially as Ado. All this created internal conflicts within the Ado Wakenu house, which the author explained in great detail. These recurring conflicts over the kingship of Okrika between the Ado house and Oputibia house led to the government setting up the Waiche Commission of Inquiry in 1959, the Graham Commission of Inquiry in December 1962, And much later, the Tekena-Tamuno-led Okrika Community Peace Committee in 2005. Although the Graham Commission report, among other things, revoked the government position in 1960 that the Amanyanabo ship be rotated between the Ado family and the Oputibia family, and the Ado house be recognized as the only family to produce the Amanyanabo from within its 5 families, namely Abam, Dokube, Fibika, Ibanichuka, and Ogan, and that the Amanyanabo of Okrika be recognized as the clan head of Okrika clan. The government still fails to recognize King Alfred Abam, the author of this book, when he became king. He was presented on the 12th of August 1999 to the Okrika Divisional Council, which accepted him and performed the necessary traditional rituals same day, before the final traditional installation was done by the Egweme kingmakers on the 18th of February 2002. I could not help but notice the gradual, slow but steady influence of colonialism and Christianity as it affected not just the traditional leadership of Okrika, but also the names of the people of Okrika. At the beginning of the book, the names in pre-colonial times were fully indigenous names, as seen above, and suddenly we started seeing more and more Okrika people with English names like Chief John George, Chief Zedekiah Fibika, Chief Isaiah Bamson, and Simon Edward Ogan, just to name a few, talking about the influence of Christianity in the cultural life of the people. However, the book also went beyond kingship and succession matters to mention briefly other sources of disunity in Okrika and between Okrika and their neighbors, like disputes within the Okrika Divisional Council of Chiefs, boundary problems with their neighbors, unemployment, and environmental degradation, while also providing possible solutions. The author exhaustively argued his points with relevant historical facts and figures in a chronological manner in line with the title of the book. Yet, because the book is so rich in detail, at some points, it seemed the thread of the overall argument was buried beneath the detail. Nevertheless, this is more than compensated for by the carefully outlined and numbered paragraphs. Furthermore, one wonders about the objectivity of the author, considering his personal involvement in the issue of succession. Fortunately, though, there is a historical method of corroborating historical facts, which can be explored to verify the facts stated in the book, if in doubt. Taken together, this book provides a useful source material for understanding the intricacies of traditional leadership and the complex but strategic nature of the canoe house system in the Niger Delta. Therefore, it is of immense value to traditional leaders, governments, students, and scholars of dispute resolution and peace studies, among others. By way of conclusion, I will end this review with one observation and one plea. First, the observation. The book revealed that relationships that were hitherto based on kinship and mutual trust gradually gave room to distrust and suspicion, which was exacerbated by colonialism, leading to many years of destruction of lives and property. And now to my plea. It is imperative that we honestly assess the impact of the many years of crisis on the development of Okrika and decide individually and collectively as a matter of urgency to embrace peace, accommodate one another, and leverage on the strength of our renewed relationships for the greater good. Because ultimately, We swim or sink together. The choice is ours to make. Thank you.
A round of applause for her one more time. The next to make a presentation is Mr. Amanyanabo Samuel Igoniko. Amanyanabo Samuel Igoniko, is he here? Okay. Amanyanabo Samuel Igoniko is going to combine a review of the status of Port Harcourt, a reply, and a review of Niger Delta diction, animals in Okrika dialect. He's even a young man. Please appreciate him, seriously. You can do better than that, please.
Thank you so much. May I stand on the existing protocol that has already been established? I've just been saddled with the responsibility of reviewing 2 books. The first book is titled The Status of Port Harcourt, a reply by our departed monarch. And the second one has to do with animals in Okrika. So I begin with the first one. The Status of Port Harcourt, a reply, like I said earlier on, was authored by our late departed monarch in 1994. That was when that book was published. And of course, the book was published out of the expedient need to ensure that historical facts are not treated with contempt. It was as a result of the writings of the then paramount ruler of Port Harcourt, named Chief Warlordship, the Eze-Apara-Rebisi. It concerns Port Harcourt, partly a homeland of the Okrika Ijaw, which constituted a cardinal focus of this book. The title of the book was as a result of the writings, like I said, of Chief Warlordship, which the author was not oblivious to, hence the emergent reply, as encapsulated in the title of the book being reviewed. Chief Warlordship was the Eze-Apara-Rebisi. The advent of the aforementioned book could be translated to mean that the author has bequeathed to succeeding generations and generations yet unborn of Okrika Ijaw a knowledge that can hardly be erased from their consciousness. And of course, you will agree with me that the establishment of Port Harcourt was born out of the economic exigency of building a terminal, a railway terminus, and a seaport. Actually influenced the establishment of what is now known as Port Harcourt. And that resulted in what we now have as the Agrove Agreement that emerged on the scene in 1913. The author's account revealed that the people of Okrika initially were hostile to the colonialists. However, the author did not reveal to us who was the paramount chief of Okrika. To calm the nerves was their nerves, as they were advised not to make trouble and that their interests would be proceeded. Although the author did not reveal who the paramount chief was, but it is not far to seek that he was referring to the then paramount chief, our own late Chief Daniel Ojukalio. That is one of the major weaknesses that was observed in this book. In the final analysis, the status of Port Harcourt in reply would not have emerged on the scene if not for Chief Warlordship's paper at the time when the Constitutional Assembly was ongoing, in the likelihood of a new state being carved out of the existing one across the political landscape of the country, with Chat River State being an exception, which motivated the author to do what he did on 16 September 1994. The point being made is that Okrikas are also co-owners of Port Harcourt and should be treated with the respect that they deserve as co-owners of Port Harcourt. All of these things from the copious evidence the author has drawn our attention to, which brought him into the picture of knowledgeable facts relevant to his discourse. Finally, the author book is classic and devoid of falsehood and deserves to be much better known beyond the confines of Okrika. Lastly, the second book being reviewed, like I said earlier on, is titled Poemas in Okrika Dialect. The book was published in 2011 and consists of 192 pages, including the preliminary pages. The book, titled Niger Delta Edition Animals in Okrika Dialect, was printed by Sanmark Stationeries Limited in 2010. From the title of the aforementioned book, the target audience is not far-fetched, as it was and is intended for the people of Okrika origin. The preface, acknowledgement, and content of the book validates the assertion being made, as it could clearly be seen that all of this were done in the Okrika dialect, as well as the index. I thought somebody could put his hands together for our late departed monarch. The author talked about animals, fishes, and birds using illustrations to convey the names of each animal in Okrika dialect, which makes it easy to comprehend by situating each in its proper perspective in an age when the Okrika dialect is hardly spoken in the homes of Okrikans, especially by those that are domiciled outside their own land. That is, I'm referring to those who don't live in their natural homeland, that they live outside their homelands. Therefore, it could lead to the suggestion that the author knew beforehand that such was on the offering, and the book was done to revert the trend. This is because comprehending such names of animals, fishes, and birds could be seen as a way of enriching the understanding of the Okrika dialect on a broader perspective amongst the people of Okrika. It should be emphasized, finally, that the author knew beforehand that such knowledge in the Okrika dialect is very important, and the ability to effectively communicate and knowledge to others in a declining fast. And knowledge to others is declining fast. Therefore, the book was and is intended to stem such decline and should be in the hands and homes of every Okrikan. Thank you so much for listening, and God bless you.
Very quickly, we'll call on our traditional ruler, His Royal Highness Achese Inime Mike Frank Bolo Luka the 8th Amanyanabo of Bolo, to give his goodwill message. While that is being done, the Abam-Ama choir should get ready to make another presentation. Please put your hands together for our traditional ruler.
The chairman, my Professor Emeritus, and other members of the high table, very distinguished personalities gathered in this hall. Mine is a very simple job. I only want to express appreciation for those who considered it necessary for this gathering. Some of us knew the late king not just as an Okrika man. I personally knew him as Okrika person, because we are aware every human being comes from a nuclear family, and as Okrika people, from the nuclear family you must belong to an Okotobe. From the Okotobe you must belong to an Omaruwari, and from the Omaruwari you must belong to a community. King Abam late passed through all these processes, and finally some of us regarded him as Okrika man. Why? King Abam was so much interested in the development of the Okrika nation. And when he was alive, wherever you meet him, he will always ask about Ndamami Loko. I remember in 1991, when he was working with General Babangida in Jordan Barracks, we visited him. Then I was secretary to Okrika Local Government Council. As we visited him in his big office, after greeting us, welcoming us, What he said was, yeah, and popular, what begin to feel okay? Why am I could feel failure? I'm not going. Passes also the color say pray. I'm going to firm. I'm sorry for those who don't understand Okrika. I'm from man. You know when you fail, na bogo mamunu guru, what you want to do, and no I allow you. That was the level of interest, and he did it. Of course, those who don't know Okrika people very well, if an Okrika man wants to show appreciation in entertainment, he will get pounded yam. Not the way the Yorubas, the Igbos, and the Hausas eat it. Our own pounded yam is different. We cook it, we fry plantain, we pound it very well. We get good fish, dry or fresh, cook the soup separately, and serve you. That is the highest meal an Okrika person can entertain you with. That was what he used in entertaining us. And we also know that when he was secretary to one of those boards, what he did for Okrika sons and daughters, and the recruitment of some of them to the Nigerian customs. I finished my national service in July 1984. I served in Ondo State. I quickly traveled to Lagos, and I was in Lagos for some time. When we visited him, he only told me, yo, Kelekoro, on the Mapaka, on the Pakada, Osobia. He told me I should just wait for some time. There will be opportunity in custom. And once there was opportunity, he must surely take me. But seeing Lagos with the malware and the very rough life, I couldn't enjoy it. After some time, I decided to come back to Port Harcourt. So Abam was not just a man of letters. He was not just a traditionalist. Abam was a special gem. We miss him a lot. Thank you, and God bless.
You did not just hear the words traditional ruler. What the man you listen to is a committed Christian. The man you listen to is one person I know that will never compromise his position on the truth. He will tell you the way it is. I'm sure that I have some witnesses in this place. Do I have witnesses in this place? Please put for him one. Put your hands together for him one more. Abam Dinner Choir, are you ready, please? We will take another holistic review. The author of 9 books, His Majesty King Dr. Alfred S. Abam-Ama the 9th, Amanyanabo of Okrika. And that will be taken by Professor Jones M. Jaja immediately after the music interlude. Please, can you be fast? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, appreciate the choir once again. Put your hands together for them. We're almost done. It's my pleasure to call on Professor Jones M. Jaja to come for a holistic review on the author of 9 books by His Majesty King Dr. Alfred S. Ado the Ninth. Amanyanabo of Okrika, please put your hands together for him.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, Emeritus Professor Ija Lagwa, other Emeritus Professors here, my Lord Bishop, I greet you. Ladies and gentlemen, my job is simple. Apparently, other speakers before me had looked at various aspects of the life and achievements of our King, His Majesty King Dr. Alfred SEMENITARI Abam, the Ado the Ninth, Amanyanabo of Okrika. We seem to have glossed over the fact that he went to the best schools. He went to Okrika Grammar School. I'm pleased to see students of Okrika Grammar School here. Please applaud them. He then went to the University of Ibadan, went to the University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University, and finally went to University of Lagos. And these are the best schools, best universities you find in the country. And so, not just that, he worked and garnered experience. He worked and retired as a Director General, what we now call Permanent Secretary. And so you see, he has with him experience, education, and public service. And so you shouldn't be surprised to find that he wrote a lot of books. The first book he wrote was that of the Status of Lagos, a reply, in 1994. The second, Kingship in Okrika since 17th century, the traditional and succession and its implication, in the year 2006. The third one, Okrika Dictionary, in the year 2007. The fourth, the Niger Delta Diction, Animals in Okrika Dialect, in 2010. The fifth, the Community Church, a Monumental Legacy, in the year 2011. The sixth one, the Customs and Traditions of the Okrika people, in 2012. The seventh, King Ibanichuka VI, 1816 to 1896, the last of the Okrika sovereign rulers. That was done in 2014. The other two books, Christian Endeavor in the Niger Delta, the Okrika Experience, 1898 to the present, that was in present then, was 2005. That is now available for review. And the other one, the Okrika Kingdom, an analysis of the dynamics of historical events in 1999. That is now also available for review. However, the first book is important in the light of the status of Port Harcourt. It was a reply to Chief Obiwoluchem's paper on the ownership of Port Harcourt. And that has become a recurrent issue, a recurrent discussion. And so the king traced the origin of Port Harcourt to the need of Lord Lugard, who was then trying to make avenue for the British to move coal, to evacuate coal from Enugu. And of course, you know, that was meant to benefit the colonial masters. And so King Abam wrote that book and concluded that in the year 1913, following the deed of conveyance, that certain people contributed to the establishment of Port Harcourt. And so Okrika contributed 53% of land, which was the largest, and received 30,000 pounds at that time. Diobu community contributed 35% of the land and received 2,000 pounds. The total sum of the rest communities contributed 12% and received 650 pounds. And so you can see that from this, our monarch was able to establish that indeed Okrika contributed the largest share in what became Port Harcourt today. Not just that, he included maps, plans, and these were incontrovertible. The Ikwere community that contributed land were Diobu, Omoeme, Omomasi, Omobiakban, and Ogniba, while the Okrika villages include Obimotu, Amadiama, Okuru Town, Fimie, Ibanichuka, Omenigo, Abuloma, and Owuno. So you see that the Okrika land were more than what the Ikwere community contributed. The second book he wrote was Kingship in Okrika since the 17th century, Customs and Traditions of Okrika. Now, this second book was important. It was published in 2006 and had 299 pages. Now, in this book, our monarch, our king, presents the history of Ado family of Okrika from 1606, that's early 17th century, to 2006. It's a historical concept, and we see it as an attempt to write about the history of a people. We commend his historical research because if you look at that period, it is 400 years. It is not easy for one to document the history of a society through 400 years. And so we must commend his work and his achievement. In that book, he points out that the Amanyanabo was both the head of states, head of government, and also chairman of the Council of Chiefs. He observes that the current communal disorder, political instability, violence, and chaos being experienced are developments perpetrated by the privileged class. The monarch advised that Okrika people should not underestimate the cankerworm this will tend to have in society, that it will divide the society, and that one must not compromise the forces. But important thing is that one should make for peace, that peace is what will bind them together. He advised them, and so you see that he has foresight, and he was able to put this down for posterity to take note of. His third book was a dictionary on Okrika. Dictionary made up of 629 pages, published in Port Harcourt. The book has over 5,000 works and 600 wise sayings, proverbs, parables, and idioms. And he also argued that it's important to note that these words were as a result of intergroup relations with the communities around. The words include loan words, neologism, resulting from contact with cultures around, and of course, the development of science and tech. The dictionary also concludes that Okrika, counting and enumeration system align to the international metric system which has been adopted in Nigeria. And the unique thing is that he wrote this book both in Okrika and in English language, meaning that he was bilingual. The fourth book was on the custom and tradition of Okrika. This book was published with 299 pages. The book traces the origin of Okrika to the eastern Niger Delta and argued that they have solidarity with the Bani, the Nembe, the Kalabari. The author traces the unity and solidarity among Okrika settlements to cultural and language homogeneity, which gave birth to the Okrika nation. The author in the book tries to educate Okrika young generation on the customs and tradition of Okrika and the need for unity. You find that at every point in time, he talks about unity. He was a man of peace. He also argued that Christianity has an important impact on the society. With Christianity came education, and with education came the gradual eradication of some of the negative traditional practices that existed in Okrika at that particular point in time. And so he argued that there should be a middle course, that Christianity, in spite of everything, was impactful in Okrika society. And that has continued up till now. The fifth book was titled King Ibanichuka, the Ado the Sixth, 1816 to 1896, the last of Okrika sovereigns. In that book, which was published in 2014, it has 241 pages. He argued that there is a paucity of records, and I think that is what has affected most of our documentation, historical documentation, lack of records. And so, in most cases, we depend on oral tradition and sometimes oral history. Those who are active participants, but most of whom have passed on. And so that book, he documented the reign, the achievements, and the early life of Ibanichuka there were some aspects of his reign, the first phase and the second phase of his reign. And he documented this and argued that Okrika, with regards to the overthrow and deportation of traditional rulers and native potentates, and also cites examples of King Ibanichuka of Okrika, King William Dapapepul of Boni, King Jaja of Opobo, King Koko of Nembe, Nana of Ishekre, and the Oba of Benin. It shows the acts of colonialism. Colonial rule never wanted any monarch who is strong enough to oppose them so that they can easily evacuate our resources for the benefit of their nation. The sixth book, The Community Church, a Monumental Legacy, published in 2011, has 607 pages. The author called himself a lay but convinced Christian. Look at the humility. Admits to not having the expertise on the discourse of Christianity, and acknowledges that the book is a product of his personal experience in Christendom. And so he was humble in spite of his exalted position, his experience, his education, to argue and say he was ignorant. But of course we know that he was well lettered, he cannot be ignorant. And so he argued that the church in Okrika faces conflict, changes, and reforms in the church, and the religious and socio-cultural pluralism in the world. This happens up till now. And so we find that this book is indeed good in the light of trying to draw a middle course with Christianity. And finally, the seventh book is that captioned the Niger Delta Diction, Animals in Okrika Dialect. That book has a total of 185 pages, published in Port Harcourt in the year 2010. The book is both in Okrika and in English, and identifies and classifies animals, reptiles, insects, birds, fishes in the Niger Delta region. This is a unique book. I don't think anybody had done something like this, classifying animals, insects, fishes in both English and their native dialect. It's the first of its kind. Please, an applause for our late king. And so you see him veering into history, veering into Christianity, veering into zoology. This was a well-rounded monarch, and we are proud to be here to honor him. And I want to ask all of us who are here, please find time to pick each of these books. It's good for your library. You know, there are very obvious shortcomings, which include the pictures and names of such animals as dinosaurs, camel, kangaroos, pandas, bees, zebra, and some fishes, which are non-natives of the Niger Delta. You see? But we can't find these things here. But of course, he was able to document them. He was able to name them. And as I said, nobody has done anything like this before. In conclusion, all the books reviewed above are written in plain English and Okrika languages, devoid of ambiguity. They are well structured, giving room for easy comprehension. the use of pictures, illustrations, maps, diagrams, and attached photocopies of also to support claims help enhance our understanding of these books. The books do not only serve as documents to the Okrika people, they are also of help in preserving the Okrika language and the history of the people. Finally, the books are recommended for students, for scholars, and the general public who are interested in the expansion of their knowledge of the world beyond their homes. Thank you very much, and God bless us all.
Put your hands together for the professor for a job well done. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to recognize the presence of a one-time chairman of Okrika local government in person of Sir Barrister Terminal Luke Williams. Please put your hands together for him. You're welcome. Okay, we will call on Dr. Graham Kallio to come forward for his goodwill message. I would like the messages to be very, very brief so that we'll leave here in no time. Okrika Grammar School Choir, get ready.
All right. The chairman, sir, may I stand on the existing protocols already established? I worked with King Abam for a long time when we were in Lagos. And he's such a person who has touched so many lives. Your greatest asset in life is those who have touched, the human beings. It's not the houses you have. And Chief Abam stood out. He helped so many of us to the point that his office was like another Okrika again. And he gave us an instruction that any Okrika person that comes to see him, we must keep that person. We must keep that person a seat. That was an instruction. So every day, every time, the reception is always filled with Okrika people. Every day in Lagos. And that is why the man is so special to so many of us. When he became the DG of Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission, got here at number 6 Agri Road. And guess what? All the contracts were given to Okrika people, including Elder Tobin, TK Tobin, and the late Chief Williams, Agri, so many of them, they benefited from him. So Chief Abam was a wonderful person. He touched lives. He touched so many people. Somebody have spoken about it, all those recruited in customs. But in Revenue Mobilization Commission, he recruited so many of us too there, including Chief Clifford Allen, if he's here. And it was very strategic. He told us that he wants to empower the rivers people. Whatever thing that we have lost in terms of the allocation and mobilization, we should make sure that we get it back. That was his intention, very intentional. So Abam's contribution is not just in Okrika here, but River State as a whole. They have not celebrated him enough. And that's one of my pain, that Okrikas and River State should celebrate King Abam. I was just traveled, but because of this event, I had to come back. 2 Two people are very important to me. King Abam and Chief Rufus Ada George, His Excellency. Unknown to so many people, because of our work, we made sure that NDDC that was established, which was on Padek, nobody knew that it was the brainchild of Chief Ada George and King Abam. Nobody knew. I'm not sure anybody is celebrating them. Today people are enjoying the NDDC. River State is enjoying the NDDC, but they don't know how it came about. How it went from 1.5 to 3%. Nobody knew, and nobody is celebrating these people. So my appeal to the Okrika people is that you have produced men, timber and caliber, caterpillar and bulldozer, that please, despite all our differences, you should find time to celebrate them. Because these people have done so much for us. Today, when you fly through this road, you must always remember King Abam. He made it possible. When he was director of budget capital, I remember in every budget, he must include Okrika. In every budget. In every budget. That was what he did. So today, please, I'm begging and pleading with all of us. Let us bury all our differences. No human being is perfect. He has done his best in the development of this Okrika, in the development of Nigeria, and development of River State. Please, let us clap for him and let us celebrate him. God bless you all.
As the master of ceremony, I will crave your indulgence for just something. I want all of us to be on our feet and give our beloved departed a 60 seconds round of applause. Be on your feet. Permission from the chairman, please. Permission from the chairman. Please, let's be on our feet and give this great man a applause, please. Put your hands together for him for 60 seconds. Keep clapping until it is 60 seconds. Keep clapping. I am counting. 30 seconds. 35. 40. 45. 50. 55. And 60. Wherever he is, may the Almighty God remember him for good. In Jesus' name. If we continue to take testimonies about this man, I'm sure we will not go. Okrika Grammar School Choir, are you ready? You're not ready? Okay, let's also call on the Chairman Board of Trustees, Okrika National Congress, in person of Engineer Wilberforce. Is it Kere? Okay, it's Darikoma. It's not clear. Sorry, sir. I know you now. It's Darikoma.
May I recognize our distinguished people on the high table, the chairman, our father in the Lord, all the royal highnesses, and of course, the academia, so to say, that is also on the high table. I'm standing on the existing protocol. I'm talking on behalf of WNC, Okrika National Congress, as the chairman of the board. My speech here, well, we've already sent a written speech concerning this. But I want to say one or two things, because I have listened very attentively to all the reviews that have been made in the write-up of our father, our Royal Highness. And something that is very, very spectacular to me, that I think that is endearing to WNC, are the values he produced in the book. And those values are the same values that WNC want to work with. And I want that WNC will work with those values. WNC will ensure that these books are maintained in our library and will be working document to every Okrika young person coming up. We want to say I want to say on behalf of WNC that past is past. And for WNC, we have a goal for the unity and for the progress of Okrika. We must not deviate from that. And on that is what we are here for. We have come to honor our father today. And so the legacy he has laid for us, we will use it to the glory of God for the betterment of Okrika. So please, I want to tell us, I want to encourage us that make sure you have copies of these books in your library. And for WNC, we will, by God's grace, as we have promised earlier, be part of all that is going on concerning the burial of our father in God. I pray that God will bless all of us that have come here. May we not, leave what we have had here behind. As I conclude, there is a saying that if you hide money in the book, Nigerian will not discover it. I want to say, for the Okrikans, we will ensure that if it is to get money from the book, we will read the book of Dr. Abam, our Royal Highness, to the glory of God. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. OGS Choir, are you ready? All right. It's your turn. Thank you very much. We want to use this opportunity to call on our Royal Father, His Royal Highness, Professor Akuro Adesin Atelibo Upuambe. Upuambe the first, Amanyanabo of Tuboniju Okrika, to give a brief talk on Amanyanabo of Okrika, Okrika Town, and clan head of Okrika, and clan head of Okrika clan. He is not going to leave his seat as a traditional ruler. We'll give him the mic from where he is to make his own presentation. Please put your hands together for His Royal Highness.
Profs, other distinguished guests, I'm very, very delighted to stand with my fathers, to sit with them. Indeed, they say if a young man washes his hand very well, he will eat with elders in the same plate. Today, I'm very fortunate to stand before you, sirs. Now, some of you may not know, people also say, it's only somebody who enters a man's bedroom that we know what is happening in the bedroom. We have books here. But I'm pleased to tell you, and also sad to tell you, that the Amanyanabo was in the process of writing a 10th book, which he considered the most important of all the ones we've done here. We were pushing him, but the Amanyanabo is very thorough and slow in the way he does things. He doesn't behave like us, the modern generation, who wants to get things done. I even offered to help to type the appendices. And through that process, I will tell you that I got so many valuable documents. I will just tell him, Amanyanabo, please, can I keep this? I said, with all pleasure. And that was how I got so many documents of that book. So, indeed, I'll be very brief, but I want to take one particular one about the status of Port Harcourt. I'm not going to go into detail, but I'll just tell you a few things. I did a little research of my own. Actually, I reviewed the 9 books. When initially Professor Abam called me, I thought I was going to review all of them, so I had done a very detailed review. But he called me the day he wanted to publish and said, sir, you have between now and evening to please give me this, a summary. I was shocked. I said, okay, no problem, I'll give it to you. So within 2 hours, I finished and sent him my own review. Now, why I'm coming to Port Harcourt is this. I did a research, because in this world is research. I went to a city similar to Port Harcourt, and that is Abuja. Abuja was purchased from indigents, and there are 4 area territories there. Now, of all these territories, they have their own traditional rulers, but there is none for Abuja. It's symbolic. But in Port Harcourt, we have what some people have been referring to, the paramount ruler of Port Harcourt. There shouldn't be any title like that, and we should not be afraid of saying it. Look, our fathers worked for it. We, the present generation, we should not allow what our fathers worked for to go in vain. So, why am I saying this? Look, we have, for kings and chiefs, kings especially, we are told you shouldn't be political. So we are passing this assignment. We have elected leaders, and there is a House of Assembly in the state. Please table this before them. Cite the case of Abuja. There are more things to be done. I will cite one example for you. Look at the Traditional Rulers Council of Traditional Rulers Law of 2015. There is one particular king there, Amanyanabo of Abam-Ama. He is mapped to the Ezapara Rebisi as the first class. Traditional rulers are mapped based on affinities, cultural affinities. Our affinities are totally different. There are solutions to this problem. We need to sit down. We won't say everything on the table. So I will conclude, and I've finished about that, but they say we speak in parables, but those who understand will understand. Conclusion, these are my thoughts. Looking at the academic and work background of His Royal Majesty King Dr. Alfred Abam-Ama the 9th, Amanyanabo of Okrika Town, which we also know traditionally as Cricket Town. it seems that our highly respected monarch made a definite choice to move away from his area of academic discipline to concentrate his efforts at writing on historical perspectives. I consider this choice of endeavor in the years after he retired from work and being crowned as the Amanyanabo of Okrika in 1999 more beneficial to the Okrika clan and the Niger Delta at large. This is even more significant when one considers the dates of publication of these books, 1999 to 2019, which coincided with his being crowned as king and the protracted liquidations for which judgment was delivered in 2019, followed by his recognition by government of Rivers State in 2019. In almost all these books, he used the title of Ado the Ninth. It takes extreme faith, courage, steadfastness, and willpower to follow this path of investing heavily in the writing and publication of these books. Another angle to this is the age and period in his life when he started these writings. Any other ordinary mortal would have just taken the path of rest after retirement for public service. For him, it was as if his strength was renewed to pursue this course until his transition to join our ancestors. Indeed, 2 weeks before his transition, when we last saw face to face, he was still very energetic. However, in life of a person, 2 weeks is pretty long time for anything to happen. Indeed, I'm indeed grateful to our monarch in that these books will be beneficial to the entire Okrika clan and other people who want to know more about the customs and tradition of the Okrika people. I will end this by saying that our people say that sometimes when a masquerade plays a certain way, they will find out with which tree was he carved. I didn't know my direct descent until the Amanyanabo one day called me. There is a way he calls. He said, Okwambe, come to the house, let's discuss. So when I reached there, we talked, and he said, do you know you are from the Ado royal family? I said, nobody has ever told me. He now told me everything. Hi, I'm from the Fibika Ado Wokenu house. My grandmother, is from the Ekpakifuro, and my grandfather from the Fuko, both of them in Fibika. It was then I knew that sometimes when God places you in something, he places you for a reason. And in his time, all his things are done beautifully. The Amanyanabo was a very great and patient man. I respected him as a traditional ruler. Each time I do something, I'll tell him, Amanyanabo, I'm not doing this because of you. I'm doing this because you're sitting on the throne of Ado the Great, the first Amanyanabo of Okrika. And so I expect this generation also. Many people did not respect him before he died. But I'm happy we are all here to celebrate him. Let's continue this respect. It is part of our customs and tradition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our traditional ruler. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of today's event. But before we get the closing remarks by the chairman, permit me to call on Professor Ibibia Paworika for his goodwill message. Please put your hands together for him.
I can't thank you enough. And with the greatest respect to the high table, I want to stand on existing protocols. I am not going to take much time at all. The day has been long spent. We have listened to all the various accounts of the late Amanyanabo. I met him as a very young boy with my dad, late Uriel Paul Worika, and then we were living just behind Comprehensive. And my dad was so much fond of him, spoke so well about him. But what I didn't know was that he was actually an intellectual colossus himself. And how did I get to know? I was billed to deliver the inaugural lecture of the Okrika National Congress.
And it's not my traditional, it's not my area. I specialize in international, environmental, and comparative petroleum land policy. I've never dealt or dwelt into Okrika custom or tradition, and I was told to deliver a paper on Okrika nationality, culture and nationality, rebuilding the broken walls of Okrika for socio-economic development. And I started looking around. Where do I get materials? How do I write this paper? For people in my generation who were not in that generation, it was a very difficult thing to do. But luckily, it just occurred to me while I was making research that the late Ado had written so heavily and so much about Okrika culture, customs, tradition, the community church, monumental legacy. In fact, one of his most local classical books is that one that looks like a pamphlet, which is like the reply to the status of Port Harcourt. And I was so interested in hearing, the review. In fact, sincerely speaking, if not that we know him to be a historian, if he had read law, he would have been the first senior advocate in Okrika. He was a man of great intellectual profundity, I must say. And I just want to read only just this permit me just this brief paragraph of the introduction of that book, The Community Church, a Monumental Legacy, to tell you the level of transcendental mysticism and intellect that he possesses. He says that the Christian religion is instructive, although it has philosophical ramifications. Its main domain is not of ideas, but of faith. Its cornerstone is not argument, but belief. Its questions are not speculative, but dogmatic. Its study is not dialectical, but spiritual devotion. And while philosophy allows a sufficiently wide range of flexibility, the path of the Christian religion is narrow and guarded with truths of revelation. That is the kind of man that he is. And we appreciate, as is usual in life, when someone passes away, then we begin to look back and appreciate the kind of person that he was. He was a firmament. He was sent by God for his time to lead the way. And he has actually left his footprints in the sands of time. I cannot but recognize that this man is indeed a great man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Closing remarks by the chairman. But before then, I have a beautiful phone here that was found on the field. If you know you're missing a phone, you can come for identification and collection. Closing remarks, sir.
Mr. Kingdom Abam, are you here? Stand up. Is he gone?
No, turn the speaker on. Turn the speaker.
Thank you very much. The Kingdom Abam. First, I'd like to thank you, and I don't know who I work with you to get this gathering. I have learned a lot. I believe that all of you here have learned a lot. And I thank you for patiently sitting down here to the end of this symposium, from which I believe you've learned something. one of the things I also learned is that I have written a lot of material even for the American Space Agency. But when I look at the 9 books written here, for which we are talking today about Dr. Abam, I feel a little bit humbled that whereas the space science and geodesy world has been reading all I've been writing, I have not come home to write things like he has written that will touch their lives more closely. Not that the space agency is not touching your life, because they're watching television, all those things you are doing. Without the things we did in space agency, you will not be enjoying them. Even the phone with which you are making communication now, without what we did, you wouldn't be there. So I just touched you. But I'm talking about cultural impact. I have not made cultural impact like what I see here. And I praise my brother, Dr. Abam, for having produced these 9 books. I'm very glad to be here to know about these issues. And I hope that those of you who have patiently stayed here have learned something from being here. And I say, may God bless you all and prosper you and prosper River State and bless us in all that we do. I feel highly honored, for instance, to stand next to my college prefect when I was admitted in 1952 into Government College Umaya. Emeritus Professor Ebewere Alagwa. You know, in those days, the kind of respect is such that, how dare you as a class 1 boy go close to, he knows what I'm talking. He was my junior, so he was my fact. But you know the story. So I feel so happy that here I am standing by Emeritus Professor Ebewere Alagwa, my school prefect when I was in class 1. And I've learned a lot from him and all the things that's happened here. Now, I don't want to bore you, except to once again thank all of you for patiently coming and sitting down through this program. And I hope that, like me, it has been beneficial to you and you've learned a lot. And may we continue to be one in this River State and promote our culture, especially the Ijaw culture that we are not managing to hold on to well as we should. Having said that, I thank the choir for entertaining us and singing to the glory of God. And I thank all those who are involved in all the things that has happened here. May God bless you all and promote us and continue to bless us in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ.
A vote of thanks by Chief Honorable Ibibi Awota, KSC.
The hall is getting a little bit empty, and so many people have spoken here, and I am also tired. But today is a talking day. I should have had enough time to talk well. I'll make it very brief. I'll start by greeting, not in any particular order, but Chairman has said Professor Emeritus is his senior. So I will start with Professor Emeritus, the living history or a living ancestor. Professor E.J. Alagwa, thank you very much. And then I'll go to the chairman, a foremost geodesist, and the first black man to be in space at NASA. Professor, I encountered you in books, Who is Who, some 40 years ago at the River State Library. Whether you are actually a Rivers person, and then later I found out you are Opobo. And because you're Opobo, and because the governor is Opobo, my big brother Kingdom, professor also, whom I used to learn so much from, told me we must go and meet Ije Alagwa so that governmental funds will come into this matter. So I don't mind the rapper. I was the one in up and down that came with them. And true to the type of your generation, as King Abam was, while we were living, you brought out books, autographed them yourself, and gave it to us. That's exactly, if you visit King Abam, you will get. And my little sister Kuru went with us. She said, this is just akin to your generation. I'll go on to Professor, or a lot of professors here. I'll go, but I will name them as I know their names. Professor Amakri, a renowned veterinary doctor, veterinary surgeon, veterinary this, veterinary that, but very humble. I greet you for coming. And his wife, also professor, I greet you. And then the professor from Nimbe, who said Amanyabo's work should have been retitled. Luckily, Amanyanabo was not your student, and you didn't have the opportunity to tell him to retitle. It was not for your academic reasons. Thank you very much for your erudition. The king of Tuboniju Kirike, king professor, first-class material in microbiology, was the first human being that the king was no more. Minutes after the king gave up, and said, Chief, Walter, I'm telling you because of your close to the king. They don't announce king's death. Kings only transit. Erudite professor, thank you so much. In God's time, your own will come. I'm talking about certificate. Historically, certificates are nothing. Legitimacy for kingship is from the people. I'll go on to, I'll take my lordship as last. I'll go on to the other professor, particularly the one who spoke last. I greet you, sir. He is great like me, but his own is round. I greet you, even I'm not able to say your name. Professor Jones Jaja. Okay, I've read your work before. I'm also a student of history, but scientific history. I'm a geologist. That's why I say it's my big brother. Then I have a namesake who was at government C school with me. He used to be called Ibibia Okrika. But as he went on, he became Ibibia Lucky Okrika. Lucky perhaps said Ibibia is procrastinating. Ibibia. I don't believe so, because it's not about nomenclature. It's about erudition. Professor Ibibia Okrika, all Ibibias are erudite. Some may be professors, some may not be. I greet you. Yes. And for everyone here, thank you so much. Particularly for the Ado family. I am immensely grateful because I've learned so much from the chairmanship of the Central Planning Committee. The late king had invited me to make a speech while I was council chairman. 400 years of Ado dynasty. I didn't fail to tell him that the Ados, 400 years, were stronger than they are. Ados, 200 years, were stronger than they are. Even Ados, 100 years, were stronger than they are. I don't know where the weakness is coming. There are a lot of issues to be handled. Please, Ados, handle yourself properly, because that is the center of Okrika. Believe it, live it. And when I got into the nitty-gritty, There are a lot of revelations. There had never been kings while a king dies in Okrika and buried. So it's new. Since it is new, I had some emissaries who came from right, left, and center. What role are we given to them? I still say they should be given a role. It only catapults their allegiance to the passing king. Let me not talk much, because if you talk, and then so many great men have spoken, those who know better than you, and then you begin to talk nonsense after the required moment. My Lord Bishop, Bishop Abere, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
We call on Venerable David Umayeshikabo to give the closing prayer. I think he deserves an applause anyhow. Put your hands together for him.
Let's rise as we take this hymn, Ancient and Modern 444, Loving Shepherd of the Sheep. Just the first stanza. Choir. Loving Shepherd. Pray. Our Most High God in heaven, in whom we live, move, and have our being, we cannot thank you enough for the good things you've done for us, especially through the instrumentality of your servant, our King, Dr. SEMENITARI Abam, whom you have used in various forms to bless us as a community here in Abam, to the Okrika Nation and River State. Lord, we thank you for the testimonies and the various books he has written, for which will serve as a living legacy for us to follow. Thank you for journey mercies. Thank you for all that we have been able to do today. There are much more things to be done as we continue in this celebration, the life and times of this great servant. And so, Lord, we are about living here, but not out of your presence. Guide us, direct us, help us to our various destinations, and enable us and strengthen us to continue the rest of the celebration. All to the glory and honor of your name, we pray with thanksgiving through Jesus Christ our Lord.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I wish you safe journey to your various destinations in Jesus' name. Lost but found. If you're missing a phone, please come for identification and collection.